Good morning, everybody. How are you doing on this fantastic Friday? In all honesty, it's crazy to think that it's already Friday, but how's everyone doing today? I hope you are all well, and if not, I do hope it gets better. Let me just turn on the game sound. There we go. But how's everyone today? I know, in a bit I'm gonna have to turn off my heating pad, because I needed it for, my back. I've been taking care of... Yesterday I was gone because I had to go to the doctor. Hey, 22, hope you're doing well. Yeah, yesterday, but as I was saying, yesterday I went to the doctor, got my back checked out. So you know where your shoulder blade is? Take that all the way down right above the, ass cheek. That entire side, I strained slash pulled several muscles throughout that entire system. Which explains why it hurt like hell. Yeah, so that at least explained how bad it, why it was hurting so bad. but I got some things to help. If it's not feeling any bit better by a certain period, they gave me a physical therapist I can go to, so if it doesn't start getting better, so at least I have that. I know for those who watched the YouTube video that was separate from this, I'm gonna switch that. What I did during that video is I came down here and cleared this out so that we have a Plantera arena. We have peace candles and sunflowers to help, and I blocked it off relatively well, so this should be pretty good for a Plantera arena. But yeah, I know I'm so tired of any of the pain and stuff. Because after a point, you're just like, ugh, again. I know we tried to beat Duke last time, but it didn't go too well. This time, I want to try and take on Plantera instead. Okay. Regen, Thorns. I feel like I'm missing some potions. I probably am. But, we're gonna want Rage. Inferno could be useful. Wrath. This actually can help with some of the stuff. Oh yeah, I'm definitely missing some potions. I'm trying to think. I might only need this for these. Yeah, I need a swiftness. And then my Ichor imbue, which I have quite a few of. The other thing I did off stream during that video, we got the greedy ring, so that's pretty nice to have. As well as like a few things done. If we go over here, this is something I didn't fully do on the video, but was able to do a bit of over the weekend. Because I was like, okay, I got a little bit of free time, and when I had a little bit of free time, I kind of came and did some stuff at different things. But I went over here, and I actually made a farm. Because I finished that. I started it on the video that happened when my internet kind of went out. I also found out you can upload videos to Twitch, but I basically went down here and cleared out the bottom so that they all spawn up here. The only thing we're missing the banner of out of pre-hard mode dungeon now is the dungeon slime. So that's the one that we actually need from here. There's a few that are gonna be a pain in the ass to get. Like, we have World Feeders, but we don't have Devourers because we didn't start with Corruption. So finding those is gonna be harder, and that's gonna be a throughout hard mode type thing. Like, those are some of the main things. Of course, I've run into one of these already, but we do need to run into a few more. Cause I'm thinking we're gonna need to get each of the Pigron types. Unless we already got them. Yeah, we did get them, because you can summon them pretty well. Each of the Sand Sharks is gonna be important. All the windy day, rainy day stuff. Because we had a bunch of stuff. Because the Blood Moon's another one that has a lot. Thankfully, the dungeon slimes do spawn in hard mode. Even after we've killed Plantera. They're just a little bit rarer. Oh, nice. Gonna beat Roxy. Honestly, she's probably one of my favorite Gen 5 gym leaders. And she's definitely my favorite poison-type gym leader just because she actually has voice acting. First and only time you really see it in Pokemon. For the mainline games, at least. So it was a really nice surprise. But the main plan for today is to try and take out Plantera, get a bunch of upgrades, and also figure out the banner situation. Because I do want to put it in its own thing, but we need to sort them, so we'll have to be careful about that. Also, it's at that time where we can turn this off now. There we go. And I just have to let it slowly cool down on my back. Which is weird. But yeah, I normally don't use heating pads, so it's really weird using one. Also, I, saw in Blue Sky, because Blue Sky's probably the only one I'm ever going to somewhat actively, in quotations, like check. Because Twitter's a hellscape, like always. But I was kind of looking, and I was like, oh, cool. Red and Senex are on here. So, I followed them and just kind of looked at some of their stuff, and one of the things I just see was, you know, we're at that point now where I don't know what's been revealed and what hasn't. There's just so much, and I'm just like, oh. Apparently Red wanted to add an electric chair. And I'm just like, wait, what? But Senex shot it down pretty quickly. Which, honestly, I get. I know what we're missing! Summoning potions! Do I not have any Vagregated Lardfish? Oh, I do have summoning potions. I just didn't grab any. Calming potions are actually gonna be good. I need this damselfish real quick. Because we're gonna be in the jungle, so we might as well grab one so that we have it for the fight. I think we're about as prepared as we can be. And then once we do that, if we fight the Solar Eclipse, we can get the, Terra Blade. So at least there's that. So do this. Buff. 1, 2, 3. And then we go here. So, fun fact, I actually quite like listening to Pantera. The actual, like, rock band it's based off of, like, because they have really good music. So I highly suggest listening to them if you haven't. Yeah, I need to use this. Yeah. They actually have really good music if you've never listened to it. Highly suggest Pantera. Plantera, though, is... like, it's the only one in Terraria that actually has rock music as a boss. And it makes so much sense for the actual reference it is. And I love that so much. Yeah, this is probably my best chance. Okay. But yeah, Plantera is interesting as a boss, I'll say that. One of the things that, I know was apparently happened is there was another leak from Game Freak. It was either another leak or it was more of the frickin' Terra leak, which, dear God, like, but I'm just here like, I don't want to know anything about it sheerly because I'm like, I honestly rather not. Because I want to be surprised by some stuff. Like, when it comes to, like, the beta sprites of, like, Gen 5, I was like, okay, I'll take a look, why not? Like, the beta sprites I'm okay about, because it's like, okay, those games have already come out, etc. But, yeah. Nonetheless, though, like, I know, I'm excited for whenever ZA comes out, because I liked... Oh my gosh, we actually... Oh my god, we got a freaking godly Uzi. We got an Uzi. Um, I never get that one. Ooh, grenade launcher. I actually like this weapon. And the Spore Sack is underrated in my opinion. It is a very underrated accessory for, like, damage in the later game. And you can't convince me otherwise. Put these in here. Like, look at this. I have so much stuff. Another pet. And we can put Plantera on her pedestal. Then we need, Empressylite and Golem. As well. So Duke Fisheron, I could put anywhere. I think I might put it here or here. But with Plantera defeated, now we can go to our temple, which is right there. So let's go take care of the temple at least. Because I want to get the solar tablet so that we can actually do stuff. Also, I know last time, when I did the video, we managed to get a sundial. I believe that was on the video. So we actually have the enchanted sundial that we can use to, like, just skip to the next solar eclipse day. Because now we can actually fight, like, Mothrons and stuff. Like, we got so much we can unlock. The Paladin's Hammer is good. Paladin's Shield is alright. I think I might go for the Frozen Tortoise Shell, though. But I'm fine with either, personally. I think... Because the Ankh Shield can be upgraded. Oh shit! The princess! That means the Cyborg also arrived too, didn't they? Yep, we have every NPC now except Santa Claus because it's not Christmas. Okay. I want to be careful of pressure plates. Because those are killer in this. Same thing with these spikes. So I want to basically make this safer to just go through for us in the long run so that we don't need to worry about it. Okay. We're gonna need to get a lot of Lizard stuff anyway. And Golem is going to be a great way to get, like, money. But once we beat Golem, we have to worry about the final tier of the Old One's army. And honestly, I'm going to say this now. As much as I love the Old One's army, Tier 3 basically just takes such a jump in difficulty that it's kinda dumb. Like, if you've never done it before, it's sheerly because of Betsy. And I get it's more like the actual game that way, but yeah, I really am I feel like that, because you gotta prepare either way if you want to do anything past certain points. So before we even beat Golem, I want to get extra stuff so we can actually get like some of the new armor that gets unlocked as well, because that's going to be very important. And if we don't do that, it's gonna suck for us. Okay, next stuff. Also, one of the things I saw, like, and this was something I only saw, and I was like, huh. So, from what I've seen, a lot of stuff has been, of course, a lot of stuff's been going on in the world in general. But, I saw this thing that actually was really interesting. It was this, so remember the everything is cake meme? It was a weird, like, cake art that someone did, where everything but the thing that looked like a cake was made of cake. The thing that looked like cake wasn't made of cake, and it was like, wait, what? It really broke my brain. But it reminded me back when that was a bigger thing. Imagine if they made the lizard's chests have a dead man version of them. Think how evil that would be, but so on the nose for this game. Because dead men's chests are already annoying. Imagine that, but with the lizard chests as well. It would make a lot of sense, but even then, that would be hell. But I could totally see them doing that. Because they've done crazier. I should have enough, though, now. I'm not too worried about, like, 12. What are you talking about? Mainly about random shit. But yeah, the whole cake thing, if that's what you mean, that was a whole thing way back when. It was like this big thing where people were all like, oh, this beautiful bag of chips. Nope, it's cake. Like, it was a whole thing for a while. I remember it very well. And it was weird. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. It was weird as fuck. It always caught me off guard in its own way because it was always like, what? Either way. On the little lanterns! I forgot about that. It was a huge thing for a while. I know since then it isn't, but yeah. Bwom, bwom, bwom. Ba-da-da-da-ba-da-ba-da-da-da. Dr. Fly! So, I actually like the Toxic Flask he drops, and I know that's crazy to say out loud, but I really think it is one of the better weapons that Mage can use if you've never used it before. Oh my god, I got the Psycho Knife instantly. This is a really good weapon. Like, look how fast it goes. Doo-doo-doo. And watch this. Boom! 700 damage. Almost 800. Because of the invisibility thing. And then with how fast it goes, like... And you can't move, but when you hit hard. And it's great. Like, definitely one of my favorites of like the melee weapons that I've used. Like I love the ones that have like their own little gimmicks and stuff. I think it's fun. Of course, we still need to get all like the banners from the new stuff, but and we'll be getting like because I know the Deadly Sphere staff is going to be a good upgrade for our minions. Because our minions have really fallen off now. But we can get stuff like the Morning Star and all sorts. You somehow had Obstagoon? So, Obstagoon, evolves at night from Galarian Linoon. So, you could easily get it without realizing sometimes, but yeah. Obstagoon's actually really good with its signature move Obstruct. Like, it's really good against Eternatus. The one thing you do have to remember is, despite being a recharge move normally, even if it hits a Protect, or misses, Eterna Beam will not do the recharge thing. It's only when it hits that it does that. And that's something that's very important to remember. Oh, forgot you had? Fair. Yeah, Obstagoon's actually really good. I used it on one of my first teams to actually beat Eternatus. Because that final section is always the hardest. Take it from me, I've experienced it more than once. Of course, there are some parts that I prefer more, but still. Ow. I hate the nail head. So you're you're past the halfway point if you're at 110. And that's just for Classic. There is Endless mode, but it's actually a lot harder because you don't really get trainers. And they actually make more of a difference than people realize until they've done Endless. But yeah. I definitely suggest it. Once you beat Classic for the first time, you'll get a special ticket. That I believe you can only get from beating it the first time. But it's worth it. Classic mode gets you a lot of tickets to make Endless mode easier, which is easier to get shinies if you go far enough. Because one of the things people do a lot, and there's a reason why Shelder has 5 points to use as a starter, and it's surely because of Endless mode. And people realizing how broken Skill Link is on that mon. Because of its higher attack and stuff, and its passives that it gets. If you put that on top of, like, let's say, Zacian, or something that gets a huge power, or a pure power as a passive, or even, something that gets a, thing that boosts Ice-type moves. Oh, it's hell on Earth for ya. For the enemies, because it goes pew, 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 pew with icicle spears. It becomes a scary mon. Like, that's why Toucanon is really good. The only issue with Toucanon, though, is how frail it is. And that's why it isn't as high up in terms of usage as Cloyster, surely because of the frailness. While Cloyster is more bulky. And that's kind of what makes it actually, like, really useful, is that bulk as well. So if you mixed it with, let's say, Primarina, and made it a water-ice type, with its passive Punk Rock, cool. Not the best, not the worst. But let's say you use it with, for example, a really specially defensive Pokemon, like Blissey. one that has a lot of HP as well, um, it becomes so hard to kill. Because DNA splicers make it even deadlier. And in endless mode, you're more likely to get that type of stuff. And because of that, you're more likely to see how broken some of the stuff can get. Like, Tinkaton used to have the passive of huge power until they realized how broken it was, and then they balanced it. Like, some of the passives are really good and underrated, like, Steel gets Water Bubble, which is so good. Like, mix it with Thick Fat, and all Fire-type moves are quartered to you. So instead of just half, they're just a quarter of how powerful they would be. And your Water-type moves are stronger. And then, like, Ice moves, which are already resisted. But even with, like, Freeze Dry, it's resisted. And that normally, like, it's really good. Because the Mon that normally would be more of an issue aren't. And that matters a lot. Ow. Yeah, plus Rain as well. It's really good. Like, I created a Rain team as a more recent team that I haven't finished with yet. That uses Pelipper as my main Rain setter. With Flip Turn. Because that's one of the egg moves it gets. And it is so good. Like, mix that with the fact I'm using Mon, like, Butterfree with all of its stuff, so I get, Bleak Windstorm, Sandsear Storm, which become 100% accurate in the rain. And then, like, Mon that have, like, Hurricane and stuff. So with the rain up, it basically becomes an near impossible team to beat if I'm fully set up. And it's scary. Like, it's an actual scary team. And then, of course, I have Primarina as my main backup. But, of course, being a water type with its own stuff, like a healing move, it's actually scary in the rain. Because Primarina is probably one of the scariest in the rain, especially if it had its, I don't have its hidden ability unlocked, but its hidden ability is called Liquid Voice, which turns all of the normal type sound moves into water types moves. So if I used Boom Burst, that's 120 base power, no drawback water move. And then put that with Stab in the Rain, it becomes actual, like, actually scary. And that's the terrifying part about him, but it's also really fun. Because you turn these, like, monsters into, like, your own Pokemon, basically. Like, they're your Pokemon, and they're monsters. The one that it has the most trouble against, though, because, and that's, Rayquaza, like, or other weathers, because Rayquaza has this ability called Airlock, which just nullifies all weathers, which its Mega Form does at a stronger point. Groudon has Drought, which just nullifies it. Any, like, weather-changing ability, or, in general, can really nullify it and cause a lot of issues. So, like, if you're going through the desert, and you are fighting a lot of Sandstream Pokemon, it basically is just gonna get repeatedly overdone. I will say, the Deadly Sphere Staff is very useful here. Because we need to kill a Mothron, and then get lucky enough to get the Broken Hero Sword, which is easier said than done. But at least by doing this, we get a bit of extra, like, stuff for the next one. And we can at least get some upgrades, which is gonna help. Going to fight Maxi? Ooh, good luck. Yeah, once... I think the final... like, one thing that is good is it is possible to, like, remember which of the floors will have an important battle. Like, floor 200 is always the end. Floor 5 and will always have a trainer battle. Floor 8 will always be your first rival battle. Like each of them are, like, the same, thankfully. Which does help a lot. Ow. I got hit by a nail. You could say I got nailed. I would say of the evil team leaders, though, Maxi is the easiest to deal with. Surely because all you really need is a good water type. Or like a good water type or ground type. And he just rolls over. Which, while sad, does make it much easier to deal with. But yeah, Maxi overall, nowhere near Archie. Like with Archie's, he has a pretty bulky team for the most part, which makes him quite terrifying. But you need like a good grass or electric type. But most water types have things for grass types, and electric types aren't that common. While ground and water are pretty common, Maxi's team is just so slow because of Camerupt and stuff. It's just like, really? Because that's one of the things that's really important in these types of things, is how strong is each thing, but also how easy is it to like outspeed and deal damage to it, because Camerupt has a 4 times weakness to the most common type outside of maybe grass. I think water is the most common type in the game. So, like, unironically, it is weak to the, like, most common type. And it's so slow that practically everything will outspeed it outside a Trick Room. But he doesn't have a Trick Room setter, so it's like, well, shit. And even then, a lot of its moves can be nullified by a grass, not a grass type, a flying type, or a fire Pokemon with Flash Fire. Like Ninetales, for example. Like, you can just nullify it. Rapidash is another one that's able to nullify it. I don't think there's a fire flying type with Flash Fire, though. I'd have to double check. I don't know for sure. Oh, cool, a nail gun. But yeah, it's kind of like, after a point, you just kind of are like, okay, that's enough. But yeah, I know a lot of it literally just comes down to pure luck. No ifs, no ands, no buts. That's just it. Nonetheless, though, like, it's still, like, useful. But it comes at a high price in its use. And that's the main issue with it for me. Like, I still love all of the Pokemon and stuff. Like, I like Camerupt, but it's too high of a price to be worth the risk, in my opinion. And then Paintings 2. Nonetheless, though, still really good and useful. So here's what we're gonna do. Hello there. I need this. Inept, deranged, quick, celestial, broken, deadly, deadly, masterful. Now that works. And then we want to go over here because I want to go to the dungeon, preferably. Because now that we got that unlocked, we can also get a bunch of stuff there. Like, look at how fast this swings. If I just... But as you can see, now we can move. It does so much damage. That's going to be super useful for later on. Of course, True Excalibur is amazing. Alakazam Suite. Nice. Yeah, Alakazam, especially once you get the Mega, is good. Its biggest weakness is its frailty. And you always want to outspeed with that thing. So like, let's say if you somehow got Regieleki, and then you were able to fuse them, that would become the deadliest Mon I can think of. In terms of just special attacking power. Because it would have the highest speed in the entire game. And it would have a special attacker with a good move pool. Because, let's say we were to do, like, Spectrier, which is a really good special attacker with basically special version of Moxie. Its biggest weakness is the lack of moves it learns without Calyrex. Took till floor 114 to get Mega Bracelet. Even then, sometimes you get the Mega Bracelet, like, early on, and you just don't get a Mega. Because they're such a rare item. Oh, 115. Nice. But, like, there are just some that are awful to deal with. But I highly suggest, like, learning how to do those. Definitely a worthwhile experience, in my opinion. Learning how to use, some of those smaller but very useful abilities. Because it will save your butt a lot. Same thing with learning the AI. One of the things about the AI that is good to remember is how dumb it can be sometimes. Because it will always switch for something that's super effective, usually, or has something that's super effective. Meaning you can usually bait out something. I thought the Ankh Shield was a, thing. I guess not. Oh, I might be thinking of this. So I could I want to make a Destroyer emblem, so I lose 2% but gain Critical Strike, and then that's a material. This sucks for me. Yeah, because we need the Broken Hero Sword. And I'm just thinking the best way we can take care of it. So, unironically, I might stick to just the wings right now. For this, and we'll test it. Oh, it's a difficult choice. Put this on, and I want to do the, Psycho Knife. Because I forgot about it. Tiny, lazy, dull, light, zealous, pointy, bulky, agile, bulky, keen, weak. That's what she said. Heavy, strong, legendary. Oh, that's gonna be insanely good. Here you go, Chester. I will say, if you've never played Don't Starve together, Chester is in that game. It's such a fucking cute little guy. Like, Don't Starve is a good game. I just suck at it because I can't keep track of both my insanity and my food at the same time easily. Because of where because they're usually located like right here on the screen. So my brain goes, oh! Anyways. That's usually how it goes. And then I usually end up going insane or starving. No in between. Grab some moon glow. I always forget to harvest this, so I'm doing it while I still am remembering. What the fuck do you mean by you're in the abyss? Oh, that's actually a rarer biome. I believe that's where you have a chance to catch Palkia? There is a wiki where you can actually, like, see what you can catch in each biome. I've used it for, like, if you get a map and get the choice, I highly suggest it for, like, the type challenges, because then you can better tell, okay, which biome is going to give me more of the type I want. Like, when I was doing my normal type, I had a choice to go to the ice cave or stay in the water area, and if I went to the ice cave, I was able to move on from there to get Ursaluna, which is a normal ground type. And I still only had 5 normal types because I just wasn't finding any. And Ursaluna is a more common spawn there at that point in the game. So I was like, perfect. And that helped a lot. You usually can just look up the biome and just find the wiki, thankfully. Also, I should probably take this back. Once it turns day, though, I do want to do another solar eclipse. Because we badly need it. And then boom, 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 boom. We just need to wait for it to turn day. Come on, 3, 2, 1, and here we go. Here they come. I do love the theme for this. Like, one of the mods that I do remember a lot for what they did with the solar eclipse is thorium, because they kept with the different, like, horror movies trope, and, like, one of the things you can find is the Saw doll and stuff. Like, I love that, because it's all horror based from, like, old movies. Oh, you found your favorite evolution? Nice! I know there's a chance for the evolution to be a partner evolution, where it's basically the partner Eevee, but if it actually could evolve, and it gets some boosts. Nonetheless, though, like, the evolutions can be really good. Because I remember using, some of them. I believe, because I know some of the Mon's passive abilities give them, like, really good, like, near broken, until you're playing and you're like, oh, wait, they aren't as broken as I thought. And the evolutions are a good example of that. But nonetheless, like, depending on which one you're going for is really important. Because if you have the partner one, I believe they just naturally can learn the signature signature moves. Meaning you get stuff like Batty Bad and Glitzy Glow, which are just, like, really good moves in general. Like, those two set up reflect and light screen respectively, as well as deal damage. Like, the partner moves in frickin' Let's Go are some of the most broken Pokemon moves ever. Like, disgustingly broken, actually. I need to be careful those nails. What hit me? Another nail? Jesus Christ! How am I? I'm doing alright. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream, Atra. How many Reapers is that? 50th. Wow, that's my first banner of them. Wow, I really thought I would have had more. I need to get the damn Broken Hero Sword. That's the main thing I need from the event. I've done this event enough times to know how some of the stuff move. The issue is all of the things you'll run into sometimes. Wait, since Plantera's defeated, I've just remembered, we have a bunch of keys. Yay! That's gonna be very important to get. You're sick? Well, I do hope you start feeling better. Yeah, that's always one of the things that sucks about being sick is just the feeling alone. Like, same thing with a lot of things. But the nice part is it always gets better. Okay, just gotta keep an eye out for more Mothrons just coming out of nowhere. And also the damn nail heads. Because they're annoying. Oof, I am low. I probably got hit by the Psycho. Didn't realize. Oh my god! That butcher came in flying like a freaking missile. It just went with the frickin' chainsaw. Jeez. Fevers always suck. I honestly find fevers to be an interesting thing about the human body because it's just like, our body evolved to start overheating itself to help destroy diseases, and it's basically the natural body's way of going, either you die, or you're coming down with us. You know, like, that's basically what it is. And I find that hilarious. But yeah, hydration is always important when you're sick. Because fevers and stuff really can dehydrate you because you're going to sweat a lot more, etc. Because you're going to be a lot hotter. But it is something that can be easily taken care of. The damn nails! Every time! Yeah, it's the cold shivers you get when you have fevers and are sick. I know that, like, there's been a flu going around, like a little, like for, what I've heard, because my sister got it. Also a stomach bug going around a few schools. It really depends where you are. But I kind of saw that recently. But not much you can do except just focus on healing. I know, back when I was still in, like, middle school, high school, I used to get... Whenever I would get sick, I would get sick, like, bad sick. Because I was always one of those people who, when they got sick, they would get really badly sick. Like, and nothing else. Which sucked. Especially for me. Of course, now I don't get sick as much, but I still do sometimes, that's for sure. Come on, you gonna be the Mothron that gives me what I want? Come on. Ooh, the Eye of Cthulhu yo-yo. You know what, that one's not as bad. I know some of the stuff I remember, doing when I was younger that even nowadays seems absolutely insane, but actually worked really well for me. Um, and I know this sounds weird when I say it out loud, but stuff like whenever I'd have like a stomach bug or my stomach hurt, green apples always helped. And I don't know why. Um, Same thing with like using peppermint for when your stomach is like woozy and stuff. Like there are just some things that just help more than you would expect. Like I always found those like old like cures weird, but it's crazy how many work surely because of the fact of the natural like chemicals and stuff and natural like makeup of some of these different things, which is just, it's cool, but it's also weird. Just coughing and have a fever. Yeah, those can always suck. I know, like for me, I would always get strep throat. And it's funny, after COVID, I actually ended up getting it less. And I think part of that's because I actually wear a mask more often now, which definitely helps, and I'm not singing as much as I used to. Like, publicly singing, because I was in the chamber group back in high school type stuff, and even then I still like publicly did like theater and stuff a lot more until COVID, which probably does lend some reason to why I didn't get sick as much with it. But I remember dealing with like the pain stuff, and sometimes like even with the coughing, cough drops were nice, of course. But I always found Werther's Originals to be my cough drop of choice, and I know it's not even meant to be a cough drop. And I think part of it was just how it felt. Of course, I'm no medical professional, though. Really? You think they taste bad? I personally quite like them, but then again, I love honey, and I love, like, caramel. Like, I like that stuff a lot. It's one of those things I actually do like to eat, just because, yeah. Like, when I'm sick or not feeling good, they always help. Like, I remember when I got COVID the first of 3 times. Like, yeah, because honey is another thing that helps with, like, throat pains, but also can help a bit with coughing. And, like, the soreness that comes from it. Like, one thing I found I enjoyed a bit, specifically, lavender tea is a good one. Green tea is good, too. Like, different types of teas, and finding out which one you like can be really worth it, in my opinion. Because I have gotten some really good tea recipes and stuff. And frick. It's all the normal enemies swarming, but it's then when an Eyesore or a Nailhead come in that it just swarms and kills me. Honey and hot water, that works too. Even just like salt water can be really good as well. especially if you have like canker sores. It can be extremely useful. Um, because I used to get canker sores all the frickin' time. And I still do sometimes. And I get that from my frickin' mom's side, because my Grammy's was the same, my sister's the same, my mom's the same. I just get canker sores so easily, and I used to love pineapple, but I just can't eat it. So canker sores are just sores that you get in your mouth. They're more than just that. Like, I know there's more to it medically, but they're basically just sores that you can get from eating, like, acidic types of food and stuff, or like really carbonated things and stuff. And some people get them more easily than others, but salt water helped a lot with those, but it also can help with like other things. Um, I know there's a better definition I could probably find if I looked it up. Um, but I remember having to deal with them quite a lot when I was younger, and it sucked. Because they're one of those things that once you've had one, you realize how annoying it is, especially if you've had braces, because if your braces are rubbing up against it, it hurts like hell. Oh yeah, I used to eat lemons whole, rind and all, when I was younger. I didn't care, but over the years, I now don't eat the rind, but I also don't eat them whole as much. I usually prefer to put them in my water or my tea, because, like, of all the spices and all the things you can use to flavor food, lemons and limes are the most versatile. And lemons, if I remember, lemons are the one that aren't fully natural to the world and were human-made. Like, if I remember correctly. Like, it's actually kind of an interesting thing. Like, corn as we know it now ain't the same as what it originally was. It used to be a lot smaller. Oh yeah, lemon is really good when used on, like, cod and other fish. But it also can be really good with, like, depending... It's usually really good with, like, different types of meats. I would say... Some of like, lemon just is such a versatile, food in general. And I think that is so good. Because of all things it could be, it's versatile. Like, if I was stuck with one thing to flavor food for the rest of my life, I would choose lemon. Because it just overwhelmingly often makes it taste so much better. And especially with, like, meats and stuff. And, like, yeah, technically you can get natural spices and stuff with some things. Like, for example, the fat of some types of meats can give flavor, etc., etc. But lemon is just one of those that works so well for some reason. Salt is natural, too. I remember when I was younger, my teacher made a mention about salt that I still think about to this day. And it was, most people eat salt every day, and despite what you'd think, it's made of chlorine and sodium. Sodium puts it in water, does this. Boom! It basically causes a mini explosion. And chlorine, when turned into a when in its normal gas form, is very deadly. Yet somehow, together, they make something that makes up most of our food. And one of the things used so often for seasoning. And she used that as an example to kind of show how much a simple chemical formula can change something, and why it was so important for chemistry. Like, it was really cool, and I really enjoyed how she taught stuff. Even if she wasn't the best teacher. I'm just gonna say that now. Like, I enjoyed how she taught certain things, but overall, she wasn't very good at, like, helping or, like, she was good at teaching certain things, but not other things. That's, and, like, I still remember when she made us remember the periodic table and do a quiz on it. It's like, wasn't the periodic table literally created so you wouldn't have to remember this stuff? Like, that was the whole point it was created? Like, because that was the thing that really caught me off guard. But I remember it very well. Um, like, there were some things I liked how she taught, and other things I was just like, really? And that's just how it is sometimes with some teachers. I had a really good civics teacher, too. She was great. I still can remember some of the quotes from her, like, I think my favorite quote from her was, "How would you like to give birth through your penis?" 10 out of 10 response. And it was a whole thing where there was a guy that was basically annoying people a lot and was talking about how giving birth doesn't hurt much and stuff when we were, and it's like, dude, we're not even, why are you talking about this when coming in? She just said that, and it got him to shut up. And honestly, touche. She was a really fun teacher. Um, she's actually the one that got me to fully go into history because of how much I truly enjoyed learning from her class. Um, and I remember very well, some of the stuff, like, we'd make some really dark jokes in that class, like, I remember we were talking about, the cannibalism in Jamestown was, like, a full section, um, but also, like, what led to certain things, like, you know, just casually mailing someone's hand to a person, like, in a basket. It's like, huh, this definitely won't cause any issues between us. Cue whole thing that just led to this whole issue. Like, it, I think that was what was fun, is she didn't skip out on a bunch of, like, the details that most would. Like, some teachers just automatically would. Like, I remember, the whole thing, related to the Civil War, in U.S. history. I had a different teacher for that. And I remember him specifically mentioning, the reasons why certain things happened, and that while slavery was a big one, there were many other reasons that the Civil War happened that are often forgotten about, and, like, went over all the different things with seceding and all sorts of stuff. It was crazy, but holy shit, it's a lot of enemies. Um, but I had a lot of good history teachers when I was actually taking those classes. And I think that, like, I had a lot of good history teachers in my time. I'm quite sure my middle school history teacher is dead by now, to be completely honest. Like, she was already in, like, her, like, 50s or 60s. She's probably dead by now. Because she was already white-haired and stuff. But I still remember one thing that, my American history teacher taught, and it was surely and he was in the Navy. And I remember him mentioning, the history of Hawaii, because it's something that is so overlooked on, like, the Navy actually invading Hawaii and stuff, and basically what they did. And I remember him mentioning how it was a disgusting part of history, but even though it's disgusting, it should be remembered on the account of what happened, where they basically threatened the, chieftain, queen, whatever you decide to call it, of Hawaii, basically threatening to kill all her people and her if she didn't bow down and stuff, basically. Um, all in the reason of capitalism. Because they wanted to grow sugarcane and grow crops that they couldn't grow other places. Like, that was some of the main reasons. Plus, they wanted a better vantage point on enemies. And it's like, it's honestly really screwed up. Like, but that's just kind of history in a nutshell. Screwed up and messy. But I remember I also had a really interesting world geography class when I was younger. I remember there was this whole thing where the teacher was talking about freaking condensation because because learning stuff about weather is part of the course because yeah. And I just remember someone sneezing and him saying, and she just condensated everywhere. And it sounded so dirty. And I was just like, why? Like, there were so many times where that type of thing would happen in that class. Like, to a annoying extent, honestly. Um, but I remember it very well. What just hit me? Whatever just hit me hurt, like, Jesus. But I remember it very well. Like, we learned, of course, the stuff you need to learn for that stuff. But I think what truly made some of them more memorable is the fact that you could not only tell they were enjoying it, but they actually, like, talked in detail about topics that normally you wouldn't, that were actually really interesting. But there's a lot of topics like that that I feel like are overlooked on how interesting they actually are. Like, a lot of, especially in, like, middle school and high school, a lot of kids like learning about ways more, like, weird crap. And it's good to lean into that type of stuff sometimes. Um, oh, here those two come. Oh, three! I didn't even see the third one. Wow, this pixie is just trying to lead me to a chest. I get it. There's a chest. I'm trying not to die, fairy. The fairies... Is it just me, or do the fairies always seem to lead you into death traps a good chunk of the time? Or is that just me? And my ever-awful luck? Like, I've lost count of how many death traps I've been led towards by fairies in this game. I mean, with over 1,000 hours in this game, I've lost count of how many deaths I've had and how many of everything else. When did I get this? Holy shit! Isn't that like a 0.1 drop rate or something? Or like a 1%? The luck you have doesn't exist. Basically, like, my luck is so in the negatives that it just shouldn't exist to begin with. Like, I irradiate bad luck on a lot of days to an extent that's so hellish for me. Where's the princess? Is she... So, we got over here Diva Slime. Oh, frick. Slime's falling from the sky. Tax collector. Is she down here? Oh, did not mean to do that. Is she... Oh, she's over there. Well, looks like we're gonna have to do Slime Rain. You know, I really wasn't expecting to have to deal with Slime Rain today. But sometimes, you just get surprised. It does mean, though, that we can knock out a bunch of the slime stuff that we need to. I can think of a few things. Because I think there's a few slimes we just absolutely need to get. Like, of course, we got ice slime. We need more pinkies. The balloons are separate. Same thing for the angry dandelions. And at least this does increase the spawn rate of the, pinky. So, that's a bonus. I know the old one's army's another thing. Like, a lot of the stuff that I gotta do at this point in the game is, like, random stuff for banners. Put that in there. Sort items, make sure there's no doubles. Because I can actually sell those for coin. Which is always nice. And, like, eventually I'm gonna put all the banners down in the one area. And I'm gonna sort them specifically by, where they are in the bestiary. And I want to use that to my advantage. Because that's gonna help us so much. Because I do want to collect each of the banners. It's more of a side mission. But I've never completed the bestiary. It's why I started this in the first thing. I don't think the Slime Rain gives any special thing from her. Only the Blood Moon. Like, in specific times. Hydration? I certainly will. Water. It is very important to stay hydrated, after all. Yeah, I know, I remember talking to the doctor yesterday about my back. And you know something's bad when you just hear the doctor go, "Oh. Oh." When they're, like, checking you out. And you're just like, oh no. Like, that was how it felt when I'm just like, uh-oh. Oh, here comes the king. Aw, no trophy. Damn. I mean, the good part is we did get a lot of stuff we can just easily go, womp, 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 blap, blap, blap. Ooh, lumbar scoliosis. Yeah, I've heard about that one. My issue is I pulled and strained several muscles in my back to an extent where it's pretty bad. I mean, I think what makes it worse is when you have 3 dogs like me and you're used to having to, like, get down to do stuff. So it just means it makes it 10 times harder for me to actually do stuff, like basic stuff, like take care of my dogs. That's why I'm thankful I don't live alone. Because I already am in enough pain when just trying to stand up. Like, ugh. It's the nail heads again. You know, there is one thing I could do. The only thing I'd have to watch out for is Mothrons. And you know what? Doesn't sound too bad. Oh, God! And then quick. What is that guy doing? There we go. Do. Now I won't die as much, hopefully. Whenever Mothron spawns, I can teleport out with the Rod of Discord. I think it was like the first or second Chaos Elemental too. That pain is a sign of something bad. Yeah. The doctor basically was like, yeah, if it's not better by this period, go and see a physical therapist. And I'm like, okay. Gave me a place. So. Yeah, that's what sucks about getting older. Is you seem to injure yourself more as you get older, from my experience. It's just like, how have I managed to injure myself more? By just existing. I think the biggest issue with this is the fact we aren't seeing a Mothron right now. And I know part of that's just pure luck. But still. Okay. And take this guy out. I really want a Mothron right about now. Okay. Just gotta be careful about any nail heads or eyesores. And we will, if we see any of those, we'll move back to the house, I guess. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. Your body's like, I think I'm gonna put you in pain now. And then lo and behold, here we are now. It's usually how it goes. There we go. Yeah, that is one thing I do hate about getting older, is pain. I mean, I can at least, mention some of the stuff that happened at D&D, because I don't think I fully mentioned all of it. That actually went, the most recent session actually went really well. They finally got to the Feywild, at least. They killed another one of the Fear Demon creatures I created. There's still 2 more left. I know, one of the things that really just, I'm here like, holy shit, here we go again, was, I remember them being like, oh, what's the worst that could happen? You never should say that. Like, that's a given in any profession or any game. Never say, what's the worst that could happen? Because the worst will happen. Like, that's what's gonna happen. Like, I've lost track of how many times someone in the group has said that before, and everything goes to shit. Like, it's happened enough to where I've lost count. And of course, my dice, as always, absolutely hate the fighter for some reason. And like, and I've even rolled some of these in front of the players so they know. And it's like, my dice hate the fighter. For no particular reason. But I always roll way better against her instead of anyone else for some reason. But then again, the opposite is true as well. So she rolls really good against my enemies, but really poorly against, like, other stuff. Like, she rolls really well sometimes. And when she's not rolling really well against my enemies, I'm usually rolling poorly against her. It's like a weird, like, balancing thing that just kinda happens for some reason. Did we seriously get no Mothrons during this one? Did that possess just go flying? I think that possess just went frickin' flying. Um, Look how cool this weapon is. This is an this is one of the mage weapons I actually really enjoy. I just want a Mothron. That's all I want. Just spawn me a Mothron game. It's not hard. Yes! No, not a nail head as well. Come on. Oh my god, that went flying. Come on. No! The nails! The damn nails! The game is like, here, deal with Nailhead and Mothron. Frickin' course. That's just my luck in a nutshell. Like, I don't know what is with my luck some days. Like, there are days it is so piss poor. And then there's days, like, I remember when we were doing Slime Rancher on the channel, and I used to play Slime Rancher before that, and I still had never seen a Gilded Ginger until those streams. And we somehow found like 5 or 7 of them. Like, throughout all the streams, and I still don't get it. Because I had never seen them before, and I didn't know that those was a real thing. I thought it was just like a piece of lore. I didn't, like, until those streams. And it still boggles me to this day. And my head was removed by a nail. Fun. It's every time it gets hit, too. No, it's not every time it gets hit. It's only when it gets hit around you. Boom. Ba-da-da-da. Every time. It's always the nails. Always the nails. I just want a broken hero sword. That's all I want. Like, is it so hard to give me a broken hero sword game? I'm not asking for much. I'm just asking for a sword. Another chest filled up. Like, the amount of, banners I got, too, are actually insane. Okay, I'm gonna sell most of this. There we go, and then magic. And then I can put this down into paintings. We're not getting any solar stuff for a bit. I might just go back down here, because I'm just thinking, I could get the key brand, at this point. I could go back to ranged if I really want to. I don't know how much I want to, is the thing. I could go full summoner, but I'd need a whip. Ooh. I have so many of these. Jesus Christ, when did I get so many of these? It's probably when I was farming stuff, but still. I can sell those. I could try mage. I mean, I don't normally use ranger, though. So if I were to do this, I need shroomite. Where am I in terms of chlorophyte? Yeah, I am gonna switch to this. Let's get some more chlorophyte. So that we can get shroomite. Because I don't... Like, I've never beaten the game as a ranger. I mean, sleep is important if you're, sick, so I'm not gonna stop you. If anything. Like, I know how tired you can get when sleepy. If anything, one of the things a lot of... Like, I know sleep can be put with boring sometimes, but sometimes it's even through calming or other reasons, too. Like, because sometimes I just fall asleep, like, I'm interested in something, and I just pass out, like, watching a video because I'm, like, my brain just turns off and just goes to sleep despite being interested. I've had that happen so often to me. Because I usually listen to stuff before bed. It helps me get tired. Like, I've fallen to sleep before with YouTube on, and I've woken up to, like, a full rabbit hole that it's taken me down. Like, I remember, waking up to Binding of Isaac, and I'm like, when did I get to Binding of Isaac? Because I remember putting on music beforehand, and then it's, like, people doing Binding of Isaac runs at some point. And I'm like, what? It was super weird. But that's sometimes just how it goes. I know, like, there's been times where I've woken up and it's, like, a completely different side of YouTube. Like, I just wake up and it's like, why the hell is there brain rot? Like, what? Because that's always how it feels. Like, I have fallen asleep and woken up to so many things at this point. I have lost track. How many, Still, desert fossil, and slush. You know what? I know we can get a lot of stuff from this. So might as well. I don't know if you can get chlorophyte from this or not. You know? Also, I love how fast it goes. Chlorophyte extractinator? Because I don't use this enough, usually. Because, yeah, you can get it, you get the extractinator and you can upgrade it. Holy crap. Yeah, once it becomes the chlorophyte one. Okay, no, you don't get it from that. Oh shit, you can actually do moss? Wait a minute, I just learned something. You can convert ores with this, but you can also turn, like, the trash stuff from fishing into bait. That's actually really cool. I did not know about that one. So yeah, no, I can't get chlorophyte from it, really. From the looks of it. But that's okay with me. Because either way, I need... We'll do some mining potions. Some Spelunker potions. And then I need some shine. And then we will go back to the jungle. But I just learned something new today, so that's nice. It's always good when you learn something new. Learning is very important. You know, it's funny, because when I was younger, I used to not really like school. But as I got older, I realized how much I actually like learning when it's not in the school system. Because I suck at memorizing, like, so much more than I, like, when I'm doing it in, like, the way they usually do. But when I'm doing it in my own time, like, actually taking time to learn stuff, I find I actually learn better and quicker. Which is funny. But it makes sense when you think about it. I mean, it's the same way with a lot of people who have, like, ADHD, etc., where they learn better in different environments in some cases. And for me, that's just doing it myself without, like, the frickin' stuff breathing down my neck. Oh. Like, there's just something about it that just makes it easier to learn. Because I was far from a straight A student back in school. Back in my day. Yeah, I still remember most of the stuff. Of course, there's a bunch of stuff that, like, I don't. Like, I remember a lot of the stuff in certain areas, mainly history, music. Like, math I was alright at. I always hated when they were like, show your work. Because that's existed for so long. Because, like, I suck at doing work outwardly. With my math, in a lot of cases. Like, it usually sucks for me. And then my brain just now always does it. But it always makes me take longer. Because normally I can just do it in my head like, oh yeah, 13 times 12. Simple. 156. Like, that's one of the things I have always had trouble with. Like, and I can do it in my head. I mean, there's times where they teach you such long ways around things when there's easier ways to do things. Like, I get it when there's not another way to do it, but I think that's one of the reasons I preferred, like, I was good at geometry, is because there's so many ways you can go about it, and it's still can, like, show up. Like, there's easier ways and harder ways, if you know what you're doing. Like, I was always good at geometry. I was in advanced classes throughout high school. Like, geometry and stuff was always a big thing for me. And I just got lucky with that one. But I remember in middle school, I always sucked at math because our math teacher was such a hard ass about that. I still remember when they were teaching us how to do cursive. Do they still do that in schools nowadays? Like, do they still, like, force you to learn cursive? They don't? Damn. I know back when I went to school, I used to use my left hand in middle school, but they would always force me to use my right. So I ended up becoming right-handed more. And, like, I sometimes still use my left, and it's led me to become more ambidextrous than some people. Like, both hands are good at their own things at this point. Like, when actually sketching things out, I usually use my left hand. But when writing, I use my right. When, doing different things in, like, art in general, but even in some writing, I use my left hand. With, like, calligraphy and stuff. And it's... I think that says enough about the type of school I went to. Like, it sucked in middle school, but, like, I still use cursive sometimes, just not very often, because, and I quote, as my family has said, "You write like a doctor." Because I have very chicken scratch, hard to read stuff. Yeah, my writing sucks in terms of, like, handwriting. It's very doctor-esque. Which isn't the worst thing in the world. It just means it's not always very, legible. Which happens. I know, I've, like, because one of the things I remember teachers getting mad about when I was younger, and I imagine they still get pissy about it even to this day, is I used to draw on, like, my assignments unintentionally. Like, it was just kind of a, thing I would do. It was basically just a random, like, tick I would do where I'd just start drawing. Um, and I think out of all my teachers, most of them did not like it and wanted me to eventually stop, or would at least say, try not to draw as much. But there were still the few that liked it, that I did. And I remember, one of my math teachers, specifically, told me to try drawing something for him. And by that time, I remember I actually, like, pulled out my sketchbook and drew him something because, yeah. And I think that was one of the nicer things that I actually got to experience. Like, there are good teachers out there and stuff. I remember my freaking art teachers were crazy. I remember, one of my art teachers, literally one of the first things he mentioned when we went into his class were, "Now forget everything you already know about art. 2 plus 2 does not equal 4 here. It equals something completely different, something creative, like ketchup. We're gonna learn how to think outside the box." Mind you, this is the same guy who had a quote-unquote thinking cap, which was a bowler hat with a light bulb attached to it that actually could be turned on. This man was quite insane in his own ways. But I remember when he moved me to advanced ceramics because he wanted to see what I'd do. That's what your music teacher said? Ish. Like, there is a lot of stuff. I remember my music teacher. We all had a nickname for her. But she was the best choir teacher. Oh my gosh. Like, it was hard to make her mad, but she was very, like, we're a family here, and I'm not putting up with shit. But whenever she got really excited, she was always one of those people that would go like, "Yes!" and get all, like, giddy and, like, bouncy and stuff, and it was so adorable. Like, as someone who was part of her chamber group, I got to see a lot more of the stern and serious side of her. But even then, she was one of the best teachers I had, for music in general. Like, I had a good middle school one and stuff, and, like, I had a few of those, but nothing will ever beat just how, like, adorable and fun it felt, doing that. Because there's just something special about seeing a teacher being so excited that you got something right. And, like, she didn't care. Like, she was religious, that, like, she talked about it sometimes. But I remember, one of the things was, it doesn't matter what you fucking believe. We all are still part of the same team here. Like, she was a very good and fun person that if you never had met her, I would highly suggest meeting her. If you, like, actually lived in the same areas me. Surely, and from what I heard, she's retiring soon too, which honestly good for her. She needs it. She was working there for like God knows how long now. I mean, last time I checked, I think it was like somewhere in the like 20-year, if not longer, type range. Like very long. Um, I need a lot more of these. Um, can do this. Do I have any more of those? Boop boop. Easy. But yeah, I remember how happy she'd get over that stuff, and it was always amazing. Like, there's so many teachers out there that really don't get the love they deserve. And same for the opposite. Um... Um... Bow damage? And gun damage. So let's do this. Because that's the bow one. Because I prefer using bows usually. So we got sword, sword, yo-yo, sword. I want to use the Phantom Phoenix because that's a really good one. Chlorophyte shotbow, amazing. But I also will add like the Uzi. Like there's a lot of good ones. So like I can just I'll leave that there as needed. Okay. Because just look how cool this looks when I use this. Like, that's so fun to use. Oh my god. Okay, so let's see. What else can I make with Shroomite? Just that? I thought there was more you can make. And I might be wrong. Yeah, you can make Shroomite plating. Oh, mainly for like the mini nukes and stuff. I'm fine without Shroomite digging claws. I probably am gonna want to make these eventually. Just checking this. Because we need to check these and like actually get stuff eventually. I know we want to get stuff from, like, look how good this is. Like, there's a lot of good stuff. I know I don't normally use ranged, so this is going to be a whole new thing for me. But nonetheless, I know the Tsunami is good, but we need to beat Duke for that one. Flareon is a good melee weapon as well. Like, there's a lot of good weapons out there. I forgot the keys. Literally the one thing I needed to grab, I forgot. Because we can get the Desert Tiger Staff, the Rainbow Gun. I thought we had another one. I guess not. Well, either way, we still get a way better summon and a good magic weapon. For those who've never used the Desert Tiger Staff, it is really good. I think it's post-Golem that the Empress spawns. If I remember correctly. I can't remember for sure, though. Like, either way, though. Now we can Just keep marching. Because now that we actually are using, like, some of this, that should help. Okay, so... Not moving puts you in stealth, increasing range ability, reducing chance for enemies to target. Chance to save ammo doesn't matter too much. Range and critical strike. Bow damage, and whatever else. Oh, I didn't even notice there was a traveling merchant. Damn, when did that happen? Jesus Christ, I got shredded quickly there. Got got two of the... Wait, there's two different types of Shadow Beam dudes now? I never knew that. Well, that's good to know. But yeah, I do not do a lot of damage with these. If I could get the pulse bow, that would be good. Like there's a few, but a lot of the stuff at this point is just gonna be guns. Which is not the best. Okay, so there is something over here. That's the Crimson one, which honestly would not be a bad one. Same for the Scourge of the Corruptor. I will say, though, if we do end up getting a corruption key and stuff, I am willing to go into another world, beat Plantera, etc., just to get that, weapon. Oh, no. Ow! Frickin' paladins. I really should make a teleporter going there, but I always forget. Like, that's another thing I definitely need to think about. I always forget these count as range damage, too, but... yeah. Like, I feel like whenever I play ranged, I suck at it. It's why I don't usually play the range class. I usually play Summoner because I know how to play it and I'm actually good at it. Like, I love the Summoner class. Meow. Okay. Okay. So I know I mark them out usually, so there's some more that way. We just need to be careful. Grab those as I see them. Womp. There we go. I just saved myself from getting hit by some things. Something back there. Oh, it's this. Ragged Caster. So it's over there. There's another one that way. Oh my god. I always forget how much that deals in Master Mode. Also, the fact that the Pocket Mirror and Blindfold give you, like, stuff like the Ankh Shield doesn't give you Lights Out immunity, but does for blindness is so annoying. Oh, there's Bone Lee. I do want to kill some Bone Lees to replace the Shield of Cthulhu with, its thing. Ooh! If you've never used the Piranha Gun, oh, that is such a fun weapon. And it got buffed, too. Of course. Did I find all of them that weren't the one I needed? Like, unironically. Oh, there is one down there. And I didn't check all the way this way. Okay. Like... Okay. Boom. 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 Boom! Okay, haven't looked either way, so... Oh, wow. Free golden key. How wondrous. How jovial. Oh, look, a trap. How surprising. Oh, Lord. There we go. I will say, thank God that these actually activate this stuff. Like, because if they didn't, I think that would just be so annoying. Okay, grab this. Don't worry. I know for me, like, while it is easier to come up with what to chat with when chatting with people, like, no one is forced to need to chat. Don't worry about that. I know I'm also trying not to die in here, so I'm semi-focusing on that before something bad happens. Okay, there's a skeleton commando. If that hits me, that's gonna suck. Oh my god. It's literally one. There we go. Ooh, a rocket launcher. Don't have any rockets, but still cool. I just want to see if we can find anything, mainly. There we go. There's definitely a lot that we just haven't explored yet. I don't think ranged is the best option for us, honestly. Especially going through this. Honestly, if we're going to be going through that, I do have an idea for what would be the best. The question is, what is the most... I have a good recent summon. I do have the Firecracker. I think I might go Summoner if I have the armor for it. If not, which it seems I don't, I could go for this. Trash. And then, I think I have enough hollowed bars I can actually make the, yeah, Summoner Hood. That in there. So now, okay, I should be able to go whoomp. And for accessories, I can clear those up a bit. I won't need those. Or these. This is at best. What I need... Okay, so... Stinger Necklace is alright. I'm gonna put this in here. I need to go here. I need this. Hercules Beetle. Always useful. Hello, Princess. Royal Scepter. Bernie's Button. I never really get the Princess, so I don't normally get to see this stuff. It's pretty cool. Okay, and then we just go boom, boom. This actually looks not too bad. Um, there we go. And then I can just, yeah, look how many of those I got. It's not the best in the world, but it's also not the worst. Let's go here. We will reforge this real quick. Intrepid, fleeting, intrepid, intrepid. Warding is alright. Pygmy necklace. I want to go for menacing, because lucky is useless right now. Menacing. And then I want to upgrade the firecracker. Annoying, dull, shoddy, terrible, ruthless, broken, annoying, nasty, pointy, annoying, superior, tiny, superior, savage, shoddy, weak, weak, legendary! Okay. And actually, thinking about it, this does help with whips. Technically. Fun fact about the mechanical glove. So this looks like that, but if I put this on... Yeah, like, it helps a bit. So I think what I'm gonna do is put that there instead of the honey stinger necklace. And then womp, womp, womp. Because this should give us at least some more protection. And if we can get a Morning Star, for example, we're golden. Because that's just gonna easily shred through. Because that also gives tagged enemies crit chance. Which is rare for summons. There's only 2 whips that do that. It's the only way to get crit chance on a summon. And Summoner gives me a lot more chance. But it does come with the cost of whoopum, 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 whoopum. But you get used to it. At least I have. Oh yeah, look at that. And I can, like, depending on the enemy, I can actually hit them through walls. If they can go through walls. Like, look at this. Boom, 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 boom. Like, it's actually, like, really good. There we go. I know we do want to go for the Frost Hydra staff eventually as well. Oh, I saw that paladin. Just barely can't reach. I want to get the Morning Star so I have more room. And... oh, hell yes! We got the Paladin's Hammer! This is what I wanted. Look how good this is. Womp, 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 womp. And it pierces, too. Like, it's a really good weapon. Honestly, the Firecracker just acts as like a mini X-ray, too. Which helps a lot. Hollow chest! Rainbows! There is stuff this way. I guess we'll check it out. Because we do need to find the desert chest. I want to get the desert tiger staff because that summon is so good. Of course, we do need ectoplasm so we can fight the pumpkin moon and the frost moon. We'll need to kill some more Skeletron primes too, but that's a worthy thing to have to do. Ow. Of course the door was closed for some reason. Okay. But now that we got that, that's one less key we need. Rainbow gun will go with magic. And this will go into here. Do I actually have any extra keys in here? Goodie bag, Skeletron Prime summons. Few of the banners. Some souls. Yes and no. Hello, traveling merchant. Nothing useful. Dang. Summoners are honestly kind of broken. Like, if you've ever used them, like, late game, they become so dangerous. Like, if the summons from the summon class could target, people in, like, PvP, it would just be over. It would be more broken than melee in PvP, because some of the summons literally just not only ignore armor, but some of them are just so fast and deadly. And like with maxed out summoner gear, like you can already shred late game and end game bosses with maxed out summoner armor. But if you build it like really well too, you would basically be a force that, like, your biggest enemy would be like ranged attacks. Because like the lack of defense. But oh, like that's what's like it is like summoners are scary in a lot of games because they either get lots of defense or they don't get a lot and they get a lot of offense. Terraria hits the lot of offense option. Because holy crap. Okay. And then boom, boom. I really thought we had explored all of this, but I probably just forgot. Knowing me, that happens quite often. I am a very forgetful person. You know, I don't remember which mod it was, but they turned this into an actual sentry you could use from the dungeon. Because early game doesn't have a lot of sentries. Okay. And boom. Ugh! And you may be thinking, God, it does less than the Deadly Sphere staff. Is what you may think. But the thing about this one is it gets stronger the more you summon of it. So in reality, its damage is much higher. $1,200. Look at that. It's doing hundreds of damage. And that thing has, like, defense and stuff as well. And it's fast, deadly, precise. Really great, honestly. Just gonna use this to my advantage. Just break this down. I love that you can just do that, like, break it down with, like, weapons and stuff. It's really nice. I think we found every chest now? And if not, we found most of them. Which is good. Not falling for this. Oh, here comes this guy. Huh. Totally not a trap. You know, some of the traps are obvious, others aren't. Like, as you play more of this, you start to notice what they look like more. Because you can see the bricks. Of course, Danger Sense makes it easier. But still. You know what? Cool. We got water filling that now. Interesting. Okay. I like how this is just completely full of water now. Satisfying. If I can get the Morning Star, we can just shred the rest of this away. Won't need to worry at all. But that's easier said than done. Womp. And there we go. Boom, 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 boom. We're gonna see a lot of blue armored bones because if I remember correctly, certain types have a more likely chance to show themselves than others, depending on the color of your dungeon. Boom, 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 boom. Wow. Okay. When the tiger gets off like a big, like, combo like that, it's so fun. I'll put it down. A bone feather? Ooh, I can get better wings! I will say, the cursed skull banner, I'll put it here. Because I know I have a lot of those. Now, thankfully, I have more. So I can cover more of this. Ooh, a Shadow Beam staff. I honestly really do like the dungeon weapons because some of them are just really fun to use. Ow. Because I get distracted by them too, but now that we actually got the Paladin's Hammer, I'm willing to go back to my other thing. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Aw, and it, of course, ends just as I get here. It always does. How many souls? Okay, we need more souls of flight. That can be done. And then we go into here. Magic. Summon. And then I can grab this. This. And this, I guess, work? Because while this is nice, I think I kind of want to keep with these. And then with accessories, I can go in here. Boom. Easy. Now I can just replace my armor. Simple as that. Now, we got some more high damage stuff. And I will grab this. And I am going to reforge this. Nasty, deranged, shoddy, demonic, I'm okay with. With this, demonic isn't bad, honestly. Boom, boom, boom. But even if that's only a 1, this is 57, this is 58, so it is up by 1, but it gets better each time I use certain things. So, there is that. And I can do boom, boom. Okay, so... let's just head over to the Corruption Island so that we can at least try and get what we're looking for. 50-50 it works. Because I would like some better wings. We could go for the Duke Fisheron wings, but it's more risky. I want to get the Terrablade before we fight Duke again. Just as a personal thing, mainly. Because I know, like, I know we can beat him at this point, probably. I just... Oh, there's a Wyvern. $11. We need 20. I can't remember how many we had back at base. Let's just grab more in case. Better safe than sorry. Me over here just keeping this lit up. Like, even if this doesn't have the largest range, it still does a lot. And I think that's what makes it truly good. There is the Sky Lake up there. Okay, and then boom. There we go. Just need to hope something shows up. Come on. You know what? I'm just gonna check to see. Okay, we do have enough. Allow it. Press up to deactivate hub. Ooh. Hover could be nice, but I want the bone wings just because they're good. Plus, it helps. I don't think I can summon an R1, no. So I do need to go back this way so that we can actually take out the solar eclipse to get the Terra Blade to take out Duke Fisherun. Basically, we have a long list of things. Pump. Rada Discord, how I love it. Even if I forget to use it, it's still very useful. It just... I love how the wolf looks. With this, it's just like... with its head. It's like it's head banging. That's actually great. There's just something about seeing a wolf headbang like that that makes it so much better. And if I can get a pick saw from Golem as well after all this, oh, we will be chilling. We will be so well off. I just hope that we have a good Golem room. I've had times where I have such tiny Golem rooms, it's like actual hell. Like, that's the main issue people have with Golem, is when they don't have big rooms. Is what I found, like, if you don't have a big enough room, you're just screwed. In some cases. Ow. Oh. That's what... Ow. Of course the damn spiky ball. You know, you lose track of one, and you're just like, well, I think they're gone. And then they just appear again, and it's just death. Because, of course. I just noticed the follower sound never went off either. It's like, really? That should have been fixed. Like, sometimes Stream Elements just works, other times it doesn't. Like, what the heck? Just something else I'll have to fix off stream. Like always. That usually is how it goes for me. As much as I would like it to be easier. Like, because Stream Elements always announces my thing, but then the alerts just kind of stop for some reason. And then I'll do that, and then we will go boom, boom. Like, it's almost daytime. But yeah, if I, like, look at the alert thing, and refresh, I can even interact with alerts. Like, yeah, and it should be working. And that's what annoys me. Just gonna test this real quick because I can easily do this. It's just an easy side thing I can do. I have it saved on my, one thing. It's just to test it. Oh! I forgot about that! I have to reconnect to Twitch. Sometimes it does this. Um, I'm just gonna emulate a follower event. Okay, yeah, now it's going through. Um, so alerts should come through now. I'm going to switch to my phone now to make sure where I have it muted to make sure it goes through the alerts normally now. It's more of a yeah. After a point, you just kind of get tired of the same old, same old. Um, like I can look at like my dashboard and stuff, but there are times where it just doesn't. Okay, time to test this. Why am I not hearing it? Why is it? You would think that that would be hearable for me. Huh. I don't hear it either. That's the thing that sucks. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but I'm not hearing it from my side, meaning that's something I have to do off stream. Great. Just peachy. I'll just need to keep a closer eye on my, like, alerts and stuff. Are you fucking serious? Another hollowed key? How do I keep finding these? But yeah, I really don't know why. Sometimes it happens, I guess. Yeah, I never understood why Stream Elements sometimes does that. Then again, I don't usually get enough things that I notice off the bat. So it's just like, well, shit. Like, I will say one thing that is interesting, and I know it's something that is more Twitch-based, and that's like how ad revenue works is super weird, but makes a lot of sense at the same time. Because you get 1 cent for every ad that someone watches, but you can only limit the ads so much, sadly. But if someone has like a subscription or turbo, something like that, then you do get the ad revenue, but they just don't see the ads. It works a little bit differently for turbo and subscribers, but still. It's really weird nonetheless. Damn it. That thing was so close to dead. But yeah, a lot of my things with that kind of fall down to just like, huh. Because if it gives you, like, that's one of the things with like ad revenue on Twitch is weird in that regard of certain things matter more in larger amounts than others, and it explains it, but it's still like a bit confusing. Because on average, like, you get, like, for example, 1 cent per person who watches an ad. Okay, that's better way to kind of put it in the number. Um, Despite that, though, um, it doesn't always go that way. Sometimes it doesn't. It's weird. Also, hey, room mistress, hope you are doing well today. Welcome on in. But I found it really weird when kind of looking at it. And it's interesting to me because it's like, sometimes it doesn't. And I'm like, And that's something I definitely need to test more in the future, but I don't want to subject people to ads, like, non-stop. Because I'm not crazy. I'm not that crazy. And I actually care about a viewing experience. Like, there's only so much you can have as a minimum for on Twitch, too. Because they don't allow you to turn some of the stuff, they just don't allow you to turn all of them off. Either, so like, despite the fact, as much as I'd want to turn off like the hourly ones and stuff, you just can't. It's actually kind of annoying. Because otherwise I'd probably just leave it at, join in ads and that's it. But I can't. At least not that I've found, or it might just be a feature that you get as a partner. But I look at it and I'm just like, this is so weird. And kind of convoluted with some of the stuff. Nonetheless, I still do enjoy doing Twitch and stuff, like, but yeah, I know with some of the stuff, like, any money I make from this, I just put it into a thing to use for like future games and just to get better equipment. I don't really use it for my real life stuff because I got a job for that one. But it's still fun to actually do some of the stuff within reason, of course. Like, some of the stuff with jobs, for example, can be fun. I mean, like, there's a lot of things that, especially if it's with certain types of jobs, like working online, one of the things a lot of people forget about it is, since you're technically your own boss and your schedule is so active of you doing things, it means that you basically are working near 24/7 if you can't separate work and life for yourself. Which, as you can imagine, is not good for your health. In fact, it's detrimental. And of course, a normal job makes it harder to do that part. So technically, while there is more stress in, like, a job that's more online and, like, influencer-based, like, making videos, etc., it's stress that's worth, like, doing if you enjoy the craft. And I think it's very similar to, like, just things in general. Like, if you enjoy what you're doing, the stress is worth. Of course, it comes with some downsides, but that's a lot of things. I know, like, me personally, I love doing, like, online stuff. I don't care if I make money from it, but it's still interesting to kind of learn how those work and how the money-making parts work. Because whether I want to or not, that's not up to me on, like, Twitch, because that's just a natural thing. I could choose not to take it out whenever I get the chance to, but in all honesty, I just put it back into making the streams better. Because I find that actually at least uses it and doesn't just waste it or anything. Same thing with like YouTube, for example. Um, you have to get a certain amount of like follower subscribers and stuff before you make money. Which as well as like views and stuff, depending on like what you mainly use, like shorts or longer form videos, like, and while interesting, it does come with some caveats. Big caveats. I know for me, the one reason I don't do YouTube by itself and I just use it for a VOD channel is my brain forgets shit all the time. Like, I'll talk about something and then forget I talked about it and like talk about it like an hour or two later, sometimes even less. Because, like, I repeat myself sometimes too, because I'm just used to having to do so. But oh, the fucking nail heads. I really need to grab that. I need to grab that, Eye of Cthulhu yo-yo. I know, if I don't, it's going to suck. You know, I'm probably not going to use the Psycho Knife. In all honesty, I don't want to overcrowd my... As I was saying, I don't want to overcrowd my inventory, preferably. Fucking vampires. I never fully understood why people find, like, vampires quote-unquote hot. I always found that one to be kind of a weird thing. Like, one of those weird, like, oh yeah, I find insert really crazy and weird thing hot. And just like, oh. I didn't need to know that thing, but who knows? Like, that was one of the things, especially back when, like, Twilight was popular. So many stories with vampires and shit. Like, it was exhausting. Like, I love horror stuff and, like, creepy lore, but vampires are so often, like, misunderstood for what their actual lore is. Same for werewolves, but both change over time. That kinda is just how it happens with that stuff. But with werewolves, it made more sense, while vampires, it's like, why are we turning them into these fictional love things? Like, what the frick? It always confused me. Fucking Nailhead, too, doesn't help with taking so much damage. Like, vampires... Like, unlike werewolves, vampires became more, just geared towards, like, odd love in books and movies since Twilight, it felt like. And it got worse for a while there, too. Like, really bad. Of course, yeah, werewolves had a similar problem to an extent, but with werewolves, it wasn't anywhere near as bad. I mean, one of the things Hollywood really made popular and stuff was, like, werewolves being more wolf-like than human-like. Like, that was something that kind of happened mainly through, like, Hollywood and stuff. But of course, that kind of happens with a lot of things, where it's just kind of like, yeah, they got made hot by this, or, oh, they got made... Like, the werewolf change at least looks better. Like, on average, like, it looks way better than, like, vampires. Oh, another one? Oh my gosh! I just won a damn broken hero sword! Is that such a bad thing to want? Of course, it's a normal Eye of Cthulhu, too. And boom. Like, there's so many freaking things at this point. I've just kind of, like, internally given up with, these frickin' enemies. I mean, there are some, like, good horror movies out there. One thing I will say about horror movies that I really disliked is how many became horror movies and just like the slashers that are just, oh, look at all this blood, blah, blah, blah. It's like, that's not horror. That's just gore. Completely separate thing. Like, I always disliked that, was the whole gore equals horror. Like, it's why I've never really liked slashers. Oh my gosh. I just won a Broken Hero sword game. How many Mothrons do I have to kill to get a fucking sword? Like, that's the whole thing I wanted to try and get this stream, too, after beating Plantera, was the Broken Hero sword. Just boom. Like... And it's nighttime. And then I can just go to this guy and go... I can sell most of this. Just right back to him. And I can put that away. Maybe I'll actually get a moon, charm. If only. And then grab this. Like, with the sheer amount of gravestones that I get from these, that says enough. Like, the Mothrons never... Like, that's the thing with a lot of games for me, is it's what you want that never drops until you've gotten it. And then it just drops loads of times. Like, for some godforsaken reason. And it's so annoying. Ooh, Deathweed is blooming. Don't get a chance to harvest this much. So I'm grabbing it while I can. Trying not to replace the Shiverthorn. And then I can go boom. Yeah, because I'm out of Deathweed down here. It's just one of those things that you need a lot of. Okay. Just thinking how we're gonna even deal with this, because I know we don't have another that we can summon anytime soon. So we're kinda just SOL. I could try and get the Horseman's Blade. North Pole's another good one. Dark Harvest could be good. There's a few of them that could be good. Just, eh? In all honesty, though, I really do need to just frickin' get lucky. Okay. Oh, can drop down here. Another Plantera bulb. Can't remember which way to go. The jungle's like a frickin' maze for me. And we just go this way. Drop and move to the side. Gonna need to kill a lot more of those for their banner, but that's a later me issue. Okay. Just gotta be careful. And there's one of my many deaths. And then we can just slowly take out all these spikes that will cause issues if not taken care of. Bonk, 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 bonk. Yeah. Okay, so we got this. Huh. Do I have any bombs? No. Just gotta be careful of the wooden spikes. Okay. And then we'll... Yeah. Yeah, these spikes are so annoying and deadly. You're telling me that one was actually hitting me through the block? Because if so, that's actually kind of annoying. But that's besides the point. But done. Okay. Oh, good. There we go. Much nicer. Ah! Okay, so those three there. Okay, and then I can go here. Ooh, another solar tablet. That's always nice. Always nice. And then, boom. You ever think about how deadly this place is for them as well? With all the shit they put around? Like, it's a wonder how many of them are still alive. Because all it takes is one small accident, and goodbye. Because it hurts them, too. It's not like they're immune to them. Because you can hurt them with their traps. Like, as you can see, it's easy to set off those traps. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Pressure plates galore. We just need to be super careful. Okay. Break. And then boom. Okay. So I'm just gonna go here, grab this, this, and then just... And then I can boom, boom, boom. There we go. Because now that I have this, that should help me survive easier, hopefully. Keyword is hopefully. Bonk, 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 bonk. I need a Mothron. Several of them. Because once I get a Terrablade, we can actually shred so much more. Because it's great for groups. Bow, 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 bow. Okay. Hit the vampire. Oh, there's Nailhead. Oh, my nerves. Like, look how much damage one nail deals. Like, what the hell? There we go. Look how fast they walk, too. Jeez. Why is it that Nailhead walks so slow compared to the rest of them, then? There we go. I need to kill Nailhead so badly here. Because once he's dead, we're golden. Another?! I just want a Mothron. Well, speak of the devil. Speak of the devil and they shall appear. It's the most southern thing I've said in a long time. Here it comes. Finally! If I could get its wings as well, we'd be actually, like, so well off. I got the blade! That's all that matters to me. Oh, look at that! Still doesn't help against Nailheads. But it's something! 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Doop-a-doop. Oh my. Oh my gosh. The fact that that still technically hits through. Like, not every time, but enough to still make a bit of a difference is great. And hey, if we get a Mothron, a set of Mothron wings, oh, we are gonna do so well. Because just look at the, like, size of this. It's gonna help so much with, like, bubbles and stuff during the Duke fight. Just dodge. Come on. I killed him, but died afterwards. Oof. Okay. Nonetheless, I still did great with that one. And then I can just go... Womp, womp. Like, this does like less than the other two, but it has no modifier. So once it gets a modifier, it's gonna be so good. You know, I love this game. I really do. Even if it frustrates me at times. I never truly can get angry at this game. It's fun. Just one of those games for me. Kill the vampires. No, I do kind of wish there were some more horror movies that, like, win off other horror tropes. Because there's so many good ones out there. Like, you got psychological, liminal. Like, those are, those are two you don't, like, you see a little more psychological. You don't see a lot of liminal horror. I mean, there's a few that technically classify as liminal horror, but it's not a very common one. Like, there's realistic horror, which is just the horrors of real life. Which is a whole other thing on its own. Like, it actually makes me curious on, like, what, people could do with it if they actually, like, tried. Or, like, gave it more of a chance, etc. Like, because so many fall under that gory slasher type, I'd love to see more, personally. I know with my back hurting and stuff, I'm gonna be stuck, like, not being able to do too much of, like, some stuff, so I might actually, like, take some time to see if I can find any, like, good ones that I can recommend. Unless anyone has some good ones they recommend as well. Because I'll take those as well. I always do enjoy a good recommendation for a movie. I got blended into a zesty sauce. You know, you'd think I'd get used to being blended into a zesty sauce. Apparently not. Oh my god, I didn't even notice him. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I know, one of the things I've always hated, personally, because I mentioned, like, the horror movie stuff, but there's a few things I've always hated, in recent horror movies, and it's how many are literally just sequels to other horror movies that got popular. Like, for God's sakes, let Michael Myers just freaking die. Like, seriously? Like, Jesus. Like, one series, like, one movie I was happy got a sequel during, like, Halloween, like, quite a bit back now, was, like, Hocus Pocus. Got a second one. Like, that one I was okay with. It's like, it's not a horror movie, but it's a spooky movie in its own way. It's meant to be a fun-loving type one. But in a world with so many sequels, some of them just don't need them. Like, the sheer amount of horror ones that are just, oh yeah, remember Michael Myers? Well, he's back! Like, dude, how many times has he come back from the dead, in quotations? Like, at this point, it's annoying. Like, jeez. Like, it's the same thing with the Saw movies. Like, at least with Saw, it's not just the same shit all the time, but it still is annoying. Like, there's just a lot of movies like that, and they're usually horror movies too, which is sad. Because I'm usually a fan of horror movies, like, and it is nice when you get ones that catch you off guard, that, like, one that really was good, The Quiet Place is a really good one, um, that technically can classify as a type of horror movie. Um, like, of course you got some, like The Conjuring, The Exorcist, like, stuff based off real events. Um, but one that I still feel like truly made a statement when it came out was the Blair Witch Project. Like, the original one. Like, to such an extent that people thought it was real. Like, that's how well done it was. I want to see more like that. Like, not to that extent, but more that, like, are creative in their way of doing it and actually, like, make people, like, feel different things and actually, like, curious and stuff about this stuff. Like, I think that would just be an overall net good for horror movies. Because how many horror movies do you gotta see before it's just, oh, this again? Because that's always how it feels. Like, after a point, you just get tired of seeing the same shit over and over. Like, for the 100th time. Because it's usually just, oh no, insert horror movie character is back. Or, this person died this many years ago. It's actually someone in the same costume being a repeat. Scream movies. Like, it's it's at a point now that it's just like, really? Like, you see it enough, you just kinda stop caring. That's how it feels for me, at least. It's like, really? We're gonna keep doing this? Oh, this whole totally new thing. No, it isn't. Don't say it is, because it isn't. Psycho and Deadly Sphere Vanners. Oh, yeah. Let's at least, get our Terra Blade to have some stuff on it. And this one to be better. Get our wings something other than violent. Be it menacing or warding. That'd be pretty nice. How's this happiness? Good. Unhappy, keen, pointy, savage, damage, hurtful, godly. I'm going for legendary. Well, speak of the devil. Strong, zealous, broken, broken, zealous, unpleasant, weak, superior, damaged, weak, strong, shoddy, weak. I'll take demonic. And wild, brisk, armored, armored, menacing. Menacing, lucky, warding. Like, we got a lot of menacing stuff, thankfully. With, like, a few luckies and stuff. And actually, like, the Shield of Cthulhu I'm gonna replace, but this I won't. Menacing or warding? Perfect! And we will go over here, because I want to get us the stuff for the Master Ninja gear. Preferably. Because now we can actually, like, just vroom, 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 vroom. Like, look at this. This is such a good weapon. And we even have this. Like, both of these are, like, really good. Because then I can, and I want it, like, here so I can switch back and forth. I think that's more worth it. Like, I actually don't mind the new version of the Terrace blade and stuff. Like, some people didn't like it. I did not mind it. I actually kind of liked it from the beginning. I think it was an interesting way to change it and give it some use. Outside what it was normally used for. Like, it's still good. It's just better at what it does in other areas compared to what it used to be. Like, oh, there's Bone Lee. We just gotta farm out stuff. Because we also need ectoplasm and stuff, so we can actually get, like, other stuff. Because it's that second phase of... Oh my god, it's legendary. That is, like, the best... That is the best modifier you can get on it. It used to be ruthless, until they made it so when it's faster, it doesn't get shorter. Because it used to be the slower it is, the longer the whip is. But that got changed. And thank God it did. Copy! Dark Caster banner. Ah! There was no way out of there without teleporting. That thing is actually deadly. Boop, 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 ba-doop, boop, ba-doop. Can I not use that? Damn it. Did I already use it recently? I don't remember, honestly. Either way. This is amazing. Because that's just a, like, look at that. 12% critical strike chance for summons and stuff. Like, that is good. I know we need to get lucky from some of the stuff, of course. We'll just have to see what happens. That's for sure. And there we go. Keep it set to spawn. I honestly love the ability to do that. Just change each of them. It's a really useful ability. The shell phone is so nice. It's like the perfect accessory. I think what would make it better is if it allowed you to teleport to players. Like, I know there's mods that allow you to do it, but it's just not the same as, like, the game letting you. Oh my gosh, a wisp in a bottle! I actually really like this one. Oh, I really do like this one. Oh, yes. The black belt. Now we just need the tabby, because I know we have Master Ninja gear. Because the tabby is very good. Whew! Any more banners I get that aren't first times, I'm gonna start adding, like, the blue ones, the blue bones and stuff. That'll be useful. Because that seems to be our most, because that's our most common one. Paladin banners are gonna be hard to get as well. I need to stay out of its range. I see that dungeon slime too. Like, I don't need the gold keys as much, really. Ooh, key brand. It's definitely not as good as the Terrablade, but it's still, like, it got a buff. Thankfully. It needed it. In all honesty, it really badly needed it. Okay. My tiger's going crazy, that's for sure. Okay. Oh my lord. There we go. Now I have more defense and damage towards those, since they are so common in this one. That guy out. That guy out. Oh, hi, Bone Lee. You're gonna drop the tabby for me? Nope. Nope. But a paladin's gonna throw its hammer at me while I'm not even looking. You know, the fact that the paladin can throw its hammer and it goes through blocks, but we can't, like, it does make you wonder. The hell is in that hammer? Because it's something. Okay. Swords. And then now I just need a tabby. And I can upgrade these. Oh, manures. I really should set up a teleporter to go straight to the dungeon. I might do that off stream if I get time. I might not. Who knows? Like, either way, I think that would be useful, though. The tiger is useful as hell, though. But as soon as I get, like, a better one, I'm probably going to use it. AKA, I think that would be the pillar weapon. I am excited to get the witch's broom, though, from the pumpkin moon, because that's going to be the one I try to do first, preferably. Because that's going to overall have more use for me. Just having the ability to fly, because then I can remove my wings and stuff completely, and no need to worry. And it would be good. This paladin ain't surviving me. Not unless I die, at least. And then traveling merchant, cool. I will take that ectoplasm and put it to good use. Ooh, another rocket launcher, and I'm guessing that's a Kraken. Oh god. Yep, the Zealous Kraken. $160, or I honestly don't know which is gonna do more when turned to legendary, but I think it will be the Aya Cthulhu one. Gods. Okay. Do. Oh, you better bet I'm putting this over here. There we go. There's a Bone Lee. Okay. Oh, great. I just need to be so careful, this guy. Ancient Necro Helm. Come on. Ooh, ribs. That is major compared to medium, so that's actually really good. Oh my god, another rocket launcher. And I've gotten 2 more Morning Stars. I need a tabby. Like, the ectoplasm is also good for what I need in the future anyway. With, like, the events of Frost and Pumpkin Moons. But I'd really like to get that tabby. Because that's what I'm gonna need to fight Duke. Because I want to make sure I have a dodge that doesn't get me stuck in something. Sometimes, preferably. No, first Dungeon Spirit banner. I'll take the cream soda. Like, I don't mind it. But, oh my gosh, another key brand. Oh, here comes a Bone Lee. Coffee, armor polish. There's all sorts of stuff. Like, this works as a actual farm. So I need a caster banner over here as well. So if I get another dark caster banner, put it over there. Good to note. Ow. 2 platinum? Jesus. And it took a platinum coin from me. Because why the fuck not? Okay. Like, once I take care of Golem and stuff as well, we'll have access to beetle armor. which will be very useful to have. Because beetle armor will just help us reduce more damage. Though, we could also do Valhalla armor, which would be pretty good as well, for, like, summon damage as well. Both are good. I guess I'll put that in the middle. Actually, no, the bottom worked pretty well. I just need to slowly kill this paladin. Bup, 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 bup. Oh, there's a Bone Lee behind it, too. Large Morning Star. Another black belt. Ouch. My hope. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. There's so many. I was just trying to get by the paladin. I didn't expect there to just be a whole group. More focus on the damn paladin. Doop-a-doo. Food, food. Yo, yo. Banner. Let's just see. I'm curious. Nothing worth it. Except maybe that, but... meh. I know I'm gonna need to farm out some more war tables once we get access to Dark Mages again. Honestly, thank God they made those war tables useful by making it so they affected centuries and, like, how many you could summon. I remember when they didn't do shit. Like, that was way too common for a while. I just realized we also forgot to make void bags. Like, that's another thing we could have totally done. There we go. Now we're wisping the bottle. Always nice, but meh. I can hear my dogs barking at something and I know what it probably is, and the answer is probably some random person walking. Because one of the people, like, even though I live more country-esque, there's still people who walk. Like, I'm close enough to, like, a road. Like, there are people around here who walk a lot, especially around noon. Like, this is nothing new. Like, oh no. Ooh, a magnet sphere. Honestly, pretty cool weapon. Oh my god, we got a tabby. Like, I actually like the magnet sphere. I think it definitely could do more, but I love it. Like, it's good for where it's at. Like, if they had an upgraded version of it, that'd be insane. And our Shadow Beam Staff. This is an example of how good it can be, as it just goes. That paladin worries me every time I see it. The good part is we are getting stuff we need, so there is that. That hurt. Eh, it happens. Okay. More rocket launchers. Oh boy. The only thing we're really farming out now is just frickin' banners and ectoplasm, which isn't bad, because ectoplasm is very important. Don't see rusty bones too often. Band-aid. A blood moon? This one is actually important. Boom, 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 boom. Ba-da-ba-boop, boop, boop, ba-da-boop, boop. And then I can do this. Angry, intrepid, hard, jagged, intrepid, arcane, brisk, hasty, precise, menacing. He's just standing there, menacingly. And actually, I'm gonna grab a sonar potion. I'll take a furwood crate. Ooh, a blood-eel? Shame I never got to use the Drippler Crippler when it was still, like, a really good weapon. I mean, it's still good later game, but, like, it's just one of those weapons that are better, the earlier you get it. I see that rainbow slime. Don't worry. Emo Goblin Shark? Perfect. Okay. Oh my lord. Oh lord. Oh, I got a blood rainbow. What I need, game. I need a bunch of these still. Come on. And the good part is this is helping me get some rainbow slimes. Ooh, blood hammocks. Perfect. Okay. I will take the pearlwood crates. I just need to, like, keep dodging. Come on. Rock lobster. Rock lobster. I don't need zombie mermen. I need the frickin' blood eels, emo goblin sharks, dreadnought. Police. The dreadnoughtless. Oh my god. Yeah! Sanguine staff! That's actually not bad. I don't need bombfish. Don't need a flounder. Don't need a rock lobster. Don't need a princess fish. I don't need a zombie merman. I don't need that. I don't need that. Boom, 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 doo 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 doo. Bum, 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 bum. There we go. Oyster. Flounder. I'll take a titanium crate. I don't need a zombie merman. I need the others. I already finished Wandering Eye Fish. I will take a blood eel. Okay. I will say, at least we are getting stuff done. We're marking shit off our list. The Sanguine Staff is also relatively good. Like, especially early game. It's better earlier game. It comes at some costs, but it's still good. not mean to do that. No, he's running away! Coward. Red Nautilus is a coward. And then we can just... in here. Take that. And take the two of these. I need to turn these into the pink ones. I just keep forgetting to. Okay. Can take that. Like, look how many weapons, tools, etc. I've gotten. Like, I've gotten so many at this point. I also have never gotten a light mummy banner, apparently. Like, the amount of banner types we got for all these, like, whether I do it on or off stream, I need to sort them as well. Like, holy crap, do I need to sort them. Can do that. Oh, so nice. Menacing Master Ninja gear and everything. Let's see. What do I need the most of? Nah. Feeling more in the mood for this. Go. And then boom, boom. Here she comes. Let's just have some fun. Maybe we'll get her trophy. That is one thing we do need, is her trophy. I need to get some boss trophies. Mo. The amount of enemies she spams down is so annoying. You know, you'd think I'd be way better at dodging as someone who's beaten Daytime Empress of Light. No, I'm not. Even with thousands of hours in this game, I'm not. Like, I have over 1,000 hours in this game, and I still am not any better at, like, some of these bosses. Like, at least with Queen Slime, it's more forgivable being a newer boss, but still. Like, I still suck at the Destroyer. Like, even when I try to do cheeses for it, I still am not the best at it. It's all the probes that always get me. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, bow, bow. Boom, boom, boom. Hey. Cool, we got our trophy. It's what we wanted. One more time, just for the sake of the coins. If I can get the blade staff, that would also be pretty good. It's really good for some of the bosses, that you fight. Like, even in this later game, like, because I tried and did succeed using the blade staff against Empress of Light Daytime. Because of just how fast it attacks. Sanguine Staff is another good one. Like, there's a lot of good ones you can use against Daytime Empress. You just need to know how to do it. And then also be able to outlast. And one of the ways I found that helps is definitely, with a flight mount can help a lot. Perfect. Oh, perfect. We got a blade staff on each of them. Hook of Dissonance is actually not too bad. Like, being able to teleport like that. Don't need that in there. That in there, though. I'll put the Crystal Assassin legs in there. My nose itches. I already got the mount. So I will put the blade staff in there. I can't remember if I threw one of those in. Do I have the Diva Slime? Yes. So I did. Cool. Okay. Now we can just... boom. Look how many of these we actually have now. Like, we are actually filling out a good chunk now. Way better off than last time, that's for sure. Okay. I actually didn't expect us to be able to get that, but we got lucky. I know I want to take on, like, the Pumpkin Moon and stuff, but that's gonna take way too long for the rest of stream, and I do have stuff I need to do later. Is this... yeah, this is the one that has Crimson in it. I have so many random things. Okay. Because I want to be able to summon the brain of Cthulhu. Like, inevitably. I think that would be useful. Perfect. And I'm gonna need to kill a lot of ghouls. Like, that's another thing, actually. Where am I on Silk? So, Silk... pumpkins... yeah, I'm gonna need hollowed bars. For, upcoming. So we'll keep that as a note for ourselves. I also don't need 2 more of those. Just sell them. Bit of extra silver. Because, like, if we look at our bestiary here, like, we still need to do a bunch more clowns. Oh, the blood squids. Blood eel, dread nautilus, like, we have a bunch of these we need to do. Like, we can, like, the chattering teeth is gonna suck. But, like, for the main, like, pre-hard mode stuff, we got all those, except for, like, the bride and stuff. But we did get the groom. Um, like, there's so many more slime variants underground. We need to get more diggers. Mother slime's good. We need to get some shimmer slimes, so we can just... Once we get access to shimmer, we're golden. Got added over here. Failing. Oh yeah, the princess, because I talked to her. I also need to talk to the cyborg. I do like the drone stuff. Steampunker. Yeah, now I can actually start buying some really cool shit from her too. Okay, let's see. So we got all 25 NPCs, except for Santa. Because he's not... He'd be 26. We got all of the town pets. Santa, I don't know where he is on this list. We are missing something between the two bunnies. I believe it is the Christmas bunny, if I remember correctly. Then we got a bunch of the birds. I know it actually might be the gem bunny, thinking about it. Because with the squirrels, we're good. Actually, no, the diamond bunny is right here. So yeah, we need all the gem critters as well. Easier said than done. We need more of them. These we can get pretty easily. More of, like, the underground desert stuff. Same with, like, underground and above ground snow enemies. Like, we got a lot of them that we need to worry about. Like, a lot of the stuff that we have left is just a mix. Or, like, specific stuff. Like, we're gonna need to change this whole biome here to corruption and to crimson for their own separate things. Like, and that's what's gonna really suck. Because, like, if, as you can even see, we're gonna even need to have it pure as well for some of these. Like, some of them, like, all of them, there are some enemies that just have pure and non-pure forms. Which, of course, means more to worry about. Oh, cool, we just got the Basilisk mount. Like, I don't need another desert key. I just need the enemies down here. Same thing with the ice. I'd like the ice key, but I also need the enemies down there. Like, it's just that way. Like, I'm gonna need to get sandstorms and stuff, too. Which are gonna suck, because those are gonna be more grindy and weighty-esque. Like, we're gonna have to wait a lot more for those. Okay. Like, look at all this hollow. I mean, it definitely lights up the caves. And it makes it, like, easier to see. But... yeah. And eventually, we will have to replace this with the different types of frickin' evils and purity and whatnot, which is really what's going to suck the most. And I think what I might end up doing is, like, whether on or off stream, probably on stream, I need to just dig, like, a huge area that they can spawn, and then make an area under it they can't, as well as above, so that we get the max amount of spawns, and we can actually then use it to actually, like, get what we need. And we might need to do that with several of the biomes, because some of them are just rare spawns, or don't spawn without a certain criteria, like, for example, this needs to be corrupt, or this needs to be hollowed, this needs to be crimson, blah 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 blah. Like, that's the hard part about the bestiary challenge, is the sheer amount there are of that type of stuff. Extractinator. Nope, nothing too useful. Take the king statue, because why not? Ooh, ancient claw. I really don't remember what that's used for. Got another thing over here. Like, I hate scorpions. Oh, shit. I have venom. Oops. I had to stretch, and it hurts when I stretch. Ugh. Cool. Well, mob drops, extractables, and a mount. Boy, what fun! We really got a lot done today. But, for those of you who are not already part of it, exclamation mark, Dislab, if you want to join the Discord, we have a bunch of wonderful people over there. Might make some new friends. Who's to say? Oh. Of course. Stream Elements is... There it is. I was waiting for Stream Elements to catch up there. But I stream every Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. CST. And I announce that on the Discord, as well as if I'm sick, dealing with something like recently with my back injury, and much, much more. But for the days I don't stream, at 8 a.m. CST, exclamation mark YouTube, where we have the VODs channel. This will eventually go up on the VODs channel, along with all sorts of shebangery. We have all sorts of things over there. Of course, we have Terraria. We have Stardew, which I believe that series has fully come out now. We have Graveyard Keeper, Minecraft, and much, much more. Either way, I hope you all have wonderful days. And just remember, stay awesome. Bye, guys.